baby, dance a little more for me. Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. I've been watching you cross the road. Wish I could tell you feelings. If I could get closer, a little bit closer, then I'd show you the deal is. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright because you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey babe, on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Hey, hey, hey. Don't let the waiting be too long. Can hardly wait a minute more. Say excuse to the crew you're with. Come feel rubbered up hardcore. Yes. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright because you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms with your head on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Yeah, yes. Dance for the woman. And we dance, yeah. In the meantime, dance for me, woman. Hey, hey, hey. Dance for me, baby. To be blind, I'd love you to do. Dance for me, baby. Oh, yeah. A work of art, that's what you are. Any which way your body turns. Picasso, Michelangelo would war as to which one should own, yeah. Fulfilling what your body gave, yeah. It's enticing and not surprising that you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Special lady, you need to be here in my arms. Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours, yes. Hey babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that. Now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah. Now follow what them there. Then we say you out and make poverty get wet. Sure. Free, poor people be free. In every community, we burn this unity, burn this honesty. Poor people be free. Shed some light with clarity. I'ma tell them say the crime it caused by the poverty. Watch out. Forward we going and we non-stop. Up it up, get on youths cause we non-drop. None of them we sell out, they call them one spot. Them no feel to eat your food like them a chop. Done, arms house we done, poor house we done, court house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. Sit down, the youth they want a brighter way. And the youth they want a brighter day. Babylon them just a fight away. Tell them to free your poor people right away. They run your water and your light away. Injustice, take away your rights away. Then them send me so then to take your life away. It's like them want to night and day. That one your name. Forward me going and me non-stop. Up up get to you because we non-job. No for sell you out because them want spot. And no fear for eat the food like them a chopper. Done, arms house we done, court house we done, poor house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. They use them progressive, Babylon possessive. Them fight reggae music as a hit a carry the message. Music alone shall teach them the lessons. Rastafari reggae must be glory and the blessings. So me say free, poor people be free. In every community, we born in this unity. We born dishonesty. We born partiality. We want equality. So shed some light with a lot of clarity. Alright, so me go so yo. Forward we go, we now we not stop. Up it up, get to you because we non-drop. No for them we sell you out because them want spot. And no fear to eat your food like them a chopper. Forward we go, we now we non-stop. Me say pump up the rhythm, make it one clap. And no worry about it, but me say up and worry about me say this and me say that. Now one you now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah. Now follow with them there, 'cause them will sell you out and make property get wet, yeah, yeah.
How for you them carry gun, go lock up in a Babylon. What is you man? Tell me. Hey. Up in a Kingston 7, Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want. Stay in a milling pool in a the riverbed. String up big sound and a whole amaze. Watching the youths them play. Happy smiles on them face. Fish a fry, pot the rice. Everybody feel nice. Then all of a sudden, a police fire that man a run, you to run. Some of them a get flat. Everybody fun just done party crash in a Augustone. The man them ain't no level. Up in a Kingston 7. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want in a Augustone. It used to be a merry place. Peace and joy was the story by my granny face. No boom down, no safe. Soon as them cry, Korea war broke in the place again, again and again. I will love to see the day when youths can play upon the riverbank. Man from outside just a rock to the bass and a shake and in a it's a politician. What is it that you want from? Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want in a Augustone. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. All my people in the ghetto. Me need enough to live up. A sound of a string up. A build back my good vibes, feel alright. But if we continue to fight and live and divide, Mr. Babylon can just take our lives, and there will be no more ghetto youths to shine. Shine them light, keep it bright. In Augustone, in Angola, Augustone, round the crusade, Augustone. Tell me what I want, tell me what I want, Augustone, over the river, over Brazil, tell me what I want, where the innocent gone, Augustone.
Yes, yes, yes. Good afternoon. Welcome to my viewers and listeners. This is Rebel Radio coming to you live from Rockfort in East Kingston. Yes, of course. And you know, we try to provide you with the information to keep you informed, information that you can use to navigate this challenging life, challenging times. Well, we want to kick off the program by, talking about this controversial homosexual controversy between Jamaica and the United States. You know, the United States wanted to send a diplomat, one of their diplomats, to Jamaica, who is, he's a homosexual. His spouse is a male. Now, you know that under our laws, that is illegal. So the government has turned down that application, and a controversy. The United States is upset with that, because one of the things that they have done is that they have indicated they are not going to renew the visa for some of our, I think, two of our diplomats. So we have with us Reverend Easton Thompson. Good afternoon, Reverend.
Hello, good afternoon, Pastor. Mr. Richard, how are you doing?
I'm supposed to be doing okay. Yes.
Okay.
Now, what do you make of this current issue with Jamaica and the U.S. in relation to same-sex marriage?
Okay. I speak because what the cleaner writes,
yes,
and the observer writes, that and I only can speak what the cleaner writes, because I'm not here or there at all.
yes.
So the cleaner writes, as a matter of fact, I heard it on Cliff Hughes' program,
yes,
couple days ago.
Mm.
He was the one who raised the alarm bell, I should say then.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that the alarm bell which he raised it from a TVJ news.
Yes.
So based upon that information and what I did afterward, I saw it in the morning's paper, where the paper puts it out there, the controversy brewing and all those things and what. So that is it. Well, I hope there's a brew in it also, but as from a biblical standpoint, as you know, what the Bible stands for and what the church stands for, I can only speak of that. Does that mean, sir? From a spiritual perspective, where the Bible speaks about that God created, Genesis chapter 1, the Bible that God created male and female. So I speak upon that premise. That is what the good book says, which the Bible speaks upon. So I have no no conclusive evidence from anybody that are based upon what I heard in the media. So I only can speak, but I can speak from a biblical point of view, what the Bible stands for, that He created male and female, and that is God's requirements for a man to marry a woman, or a woman married to a man. So that is my view. Okay.
Yes. So as from you said, from the religious point of view, same-sex marriage, that is not the church is not in support of that.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
And therefore, you would be in support, or should I put it, you are in support of the government's position to turn down that request?
Well, the point is, no, I cannot say, okay, well, the point is, I'm not a government minister or senator, I should say that, but the government must know within with the permitter of the law. What is the right thing, what the law says. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the government should act within the law, and do what is right. And Americans have act within their law and do what is right also.
Yes.
So Jamaica is elected by the people under the Constitution to follow the Constitution. Is what I'm saying?
Yes.
And do what is right in the Constitution. So with America also, the president has been elected, and the president is acting within the Constitution, do what he ought to do also too. But as I said, Jamaica government has a right to abide by the law of the country.
Okay, but Rev, let me ask you a question now. From the religious perspective, you're aware that same-sex marriage is permissible in the United States and in some European countries, right? Now, what would you say? What the church, our church, or the church, should the church adopt or support same-sex marriage? Let me hear your position on same-sex marriage.
Well, okay. Let me speak of myself. Let me speak of myself. I'm not in support of same-sex marriage. I can speak of myself. I don't know what the council of church, umbrella group of churches, what their views are, but I can speak of myself. What the church, but the church should, since the church is the one who preaches the gospel, which is the Bible, and the church is the one should uphold what the Bible speaks. Because the church is the salt of the earth, or the church is the one who's the light of the world. Is that what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it would be sad that if the church would go the other way and uphold what the Bible says.
Okay. Yes. But there is a viewpoint that homosexuals, they are also God's children. And
yeah, but Mr. Richard, let me tell you something. Is that you must understand, from my point of view and from God's point of view, God loves everybody, and Jesus Christ died for everybody. But what God hates is the action. You know what I'm saying? Because you must understand also, that the Bible says, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. So God loves the sinner, but he hates the sinful action of mankind. You know what I'm saying? So God loves everybody. And Easton Thompson, I love everybody. You know what I mean? But when it comes out to immorality, thief, murder, and all those things, that is where those actions, I am not in agreement at all.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Right.
I understand you. I understand you clearly. So what in fact you are saying is that, okay, yes, we are all God's children, but our actions, some of our actions are not in keeping with God's commandments, and
God,
and one such action is homosexual activity. You would say that those are contrary to God's teachings or God's commandments.
Yeah, and that also, and don't write off the other sins,
No.
Like abortion, murder, killing, just name it, exploiting, slavery, human trafficking, and all those things, and what those are sins, and those are things that God against, So Just sometimes you see, Mr. Richard, sometimes you see, we as mankind, even I also come guilty too, that we tend to categorize sin and put it in big sin and small sin and little sin, but all sin is sin.
Yes.
You know what I mean? All sin is sin.
Okay.
So the man who who go there and murder somebody is not as is not better off than the man who is a homosexual.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? He's not better off than him at all.
Yes.
So sometimes society may put homosexual as a worse sinner, worse something or what. But the man who murders somebody, okay, for example, the man who do human trafficking, who enslave people, you're not better off than the man who's homosexual.
Yes. Yes.
You're not worse than him. You're not better off than the man at all.
Yeah.
You're not better off than him. Does that mean so?
Yeah.
You're not better off than him at all.
Yeah.
So sometimes as human beings, as preachers, we tend to put those things in category. But all sin is sin.
Yeah.
Does that mean so? All sin is sin. A man, for example, a man tell lie. A man will tell lie on you. Tell lie on you, you know.
Yeah.
And you go to prison. You go to prison and serve time, and your family suffer. That man is not better off than the man who commits murder,
Yes.
because he caused you almost half of your life to be in prison.
Yes.
Does that mean?
Yes.
So we have to be very careful how we trod and tend to condemn and say these people are wicked and evil. The man who exploit and murder, he's wicked too.
Okay. Yeah. But tell me something, sir. Are you satisfied with the church's response to some of these social evils?
Let me say this. I have not heard the church make a statement up till now. As I mean,
Yes.
the church umbrella will make a statement. As I said in the beginning, I'm not speaking on behalf of the church umbrella group. I speak of myself.
Yes.
As I mean, so the church has not make any definitive statement as yet, and all those things. And I thought the church would have make a statement and all those things. I said, well, we are waiting on development, blah blah blah, X, Y, Z, and all those things.
Yes.
I've heard of it. So the church is silent. So I myself, I silent too.
Yes, but
But-
I am asking if you are satisfied with the church's response, not only to this homosexual affair, but to the social ills that we are facing, we are having in the society.
Let me tell you something. I want to say this, my brother Richie. I'm going to say this to you. I can speak of myself. I'm not satisfied with the church at all.
Yes.
I'm not satisfied with the church. You know, I'm satisfied with the church. Okay, the church comes out swinging a couple months ago when the prime minister raised the salary of the MPs and himself. I said, oh, it's inhumane, it's unconscionable, and all those things. And the church come out swinging. Does that mean? Because why the church come out swing? Because all society is swinging on it. You know what I'm saying? Also, every the paper condemn it. The other groups that condemn it, or the prime minister should never raise the money to the MP, them and blah blah blah. The church come out and swing on it. While Richard, there are other things in society, which is the murder rate. The murder rate is barbaric, I should say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've not heard the church coming out on top. All right? Okay, I'm going to say this to you. Listen now. I'm going to say this to you, Richie. And I'm very forthright. Okay. For example, okay. This guy here in St. Thomas who raped 3 little girls, school girls. You know him? Brian, you know him, you heard about him.
Yes, I heard about it, matter.
Right. And he was convicted. He was convicted for 60 years. You hear me? Listen, Richie.
Yes.
He was convicted for 60 years. You know how much years am I going to spend in prison before parole? Just guess.
I don't
You know how much years?
I don't remember how many
16 years.
Yes.
16 years. 16 years. 16.
Yes.
I read paper every year. 16 years. Okay? All right. 16 years he's spending in prison for parole. Now, those girls are maybe about 15, 16.
Yeah, they are teenagers.
Teenage, maybe 15, maybe 15, 14. By the girl at 30, by the at 30, around the corner there, that guy come out and go and maybe on them, in the sense of onto them, maybe he must pass by their house, you can't touch him again, because his service sentence. Does that mean? And just by seeing him, you come traumatized, wrong or right?
Yes, yes, it will have an impact.
Okay, all right. I have not even Chuck, there are Chuck come out and talk about it. Say, boy, you know, the girl should get a longer sentence. I believe 3 years. I believe all of those sentences to over 15 years each, so it's probably 45 years in prison. Is that what I'm saying?
Yes.
So up till now, Richie, I have not heard the church make a statement on that.
Okay.
Does that mean?
Yes, sir.
What the church was saying, okay, the law need to change. Whether he plead guilty or not, he must spend 45 years. That is what the church should be saying. Whether he plead guilty or not, 45 years, 15 years on each rape case, and a 45 years. That is what the church should. That is what the church should make a statement on. Does that mean, sir? And make sure, say, you know, that you send a message to the rapists there. Is that what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right. So these are the things. Okay, a person who murder. I saw a man murder a man, and you see, I heard. I don't know if the law is passed. I think the law is passed. The murder. Okay, the murder rate. The murder. No, you can do. The time you can do it in prison now is how many years now? But the maximum it was moved was 30 years. 30 years before parole, it was 30 years.
Yes.
Okay, but I say people still get in 15 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And when they ask the judge, and ask the DPP, oh, we follow guideline. Richie, this is what the church should be speaking of. Can I say this before I hang up? And I want to say this categorically clear. You see, America, although sometimes we bash America and we say blah, 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 but I respect America, the very ground I walk upon. You know, it's America. When a man is a criminal and they get you with a rape or murder, he could plead guilty some more. He might get 50 or 40 years. Am I wrong? Am I right? Eh?
Okay. Yes. The sentencing is different. That's what you're saying.
Oh, so I am saying that since we copy America, everything is America. We copy them food, copy them dress, we copy them song, why we can't copy that also too? Okay. Richie?
Yes.
Why we can't copy the children's register? Yes. Which when a man rape a child, his name is put on the register and it's go public. Why the government cannot put what the book name again? Oh God, some of the book publicly, so we can know say that man, Richie.
But probably, Pastor, what you need to, what I would suggest that you do is that you would lend your voice to the church in order to sensitize the church and mobilize the church to get them to present singular position on these matters.
Richie,
yes.
Richie, you have the council of church, you have the umbrella group of church, and these are bright people. Yes. People have doctorate. You think they don't know, Richie? They know. Do you know? They know. They know.
But as I
why
said,
we can't have?
Probably, as I said, probably you need to mobilize them to get them to think along those lines.
Richie, these people choose what they want to mobilize.
Yes.
They choose what they want to mobilize. Because Richie, if Richie put out a register and no say, as Betty and Blade was saying, put it out there. So when I go on it, me know say this man here mess around 3 children, he can't come here, come live at all. So a man knows say why we can't put it out public? Why we can't put it out public?
Okay.
Why we can't put it public? Why we can't put it on the website? Why we can't put it on the website?
All right.
Why we can't do it?
All right, Reverend Thompson, let us say to be continued.
Yes, God bless you. Have a good day. We talk. Bye.
I want to thank you very much. Right. That was Reverend Easton Thompson. You know, we're talking about the homosexual controversy between the United States and the government. Well, we want to have get the United Independent Congress position. That's a third political party. We want to get their position. And we have the chairman, Mr. Wright.
How are you?
Yes. Okay, sir. We now have with us Mr. Winston Wright, and he's the chairman of the United Independence Congress. That's the third political party in the country. And Mr. Wright, what is your party's position on this controversy between Jamaica and the United States?
The UIC finds it interesting that it has become a controversy.
Yes.
Diplomats and their relatives are denied posting in other countries for various reasons. Some legal, some social, and so on. Now, us doing the same as a sovereign country should not be a cause of controversy, and is not particularly interesting enough to become the big blown issue that it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are other matters that are of greater significance to our safety and our sovereignty, our economic well-being, that should take greater precedence.
Yes, sir.
For example, the strike by members of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
Uh-huh.
That is something of significance, because justice is being delayed, which means it's being denied.
Yes.
And of course, we have to go back to the age-old issue, the 9-day wonder of those horrendous salary increases that have not been reversed,
yes,
despite the poor service.
Yes. Hello? I don't know why seems to have lost Mr. Wright. Let me try and get him back online. Yes. We are talking about the situation with Mr. Wright?
Brother Richards, I'm here.
I don't know why I lost you a while ago. Anyway, continue, yes.
No problem. At the risk of repeating, what was the last thing you heard from me?
Yes. You continue. I'm saying continue to where you left off.
Okay. Anyway, I was saying Jamaica has a right to deny anyone entry.
Yes.
That we see fit based on our legal and our sovereign standing.
Yes.
And it should not be a matter of controversy.
Okay.
So the interesting thing is the level of hype being placed on it by the local media.
Uh-huh.
And
yes.
it's the level of coverage that is unbecoming of an issue of this nature.
Mm-hmm.
This issue is undeserving of the kind of attention it is being given. So we need to focus on the greater national issues, the greater national good, fixing our civil service that is in disarray, where our civil servants are struggling to make ends meet. Our teachers are migrating or leaving the profession by the droves. And our educational standing as a country with a high literacy rate, even though that has been falling significantly over the years, is in greater jeopardy, more jeopardy than it has been in the past 25 years.
Yes.
So as a country, we should focus on the important things and not major in the minor, and allow our processes to take center stage instead of hyping issues we believe are sensational just for newsworthiness. So us denying these diplomats is a standard practice throughout the industry, throughout the world,
Yes.
and a right of any sovereign country, and it's nothing significant or of importance.
Yes, yes. Well, I don't know if you observed this. I observed that listening to a press conference, I observed that the U.S. has said that they would not renew visas for 2 of our diplomats when those time expired. Yes, they're not going to extend it. That seems to be a retaliatory. That is how they retaliated.
So that the U.S. I have not personally heard the press conference, but I've heard reporting on it.
Yes.
The U.S. has not said that this is a retaliatory move, so it should not be interpreted as such.
No,
No,
they have not said so, but they have done it.
Right. And
Yes.
it is their sovereign right to deny anyone entry into their country, just like we are denying people entry.
Yes.
And they have denied dozens of Jamaicans, hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans entry to their country periodically, and it has not made the news.
Yes.
So I would not term the U.S. move as retaliatory, but rather ask the U.S. Embassy officially if that move is retaliatory, so that way we are clear,
Yes.
instead of making assertions that has no basis. But again, this is the mainstream media reporting to create a sensational story. And I find it dubious, if not suspicious, that this is being done at a time where the Prime Minister's rating is low and everybody knows where Jamaicans, in a colloquial sense, stand on this issue.
Yes. Okay. So, in other words, all right. So the UIC is saying that this is a matter that does not deserve the attention that is getting. Instead, we should be focusing on more important issues which impact our lives.
That is correct. We have schools reopening shortly, with some one region alone. I understand, and I can be corrected on this. Advertised 1,200 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's 1,200 teachers.
Yes.
Now we do have teachers coming out of Teachers College, but are they ready to ascend to the level that the teachers that departed these positions were at?
Yes.
The Teaching Council bill was warned as a horrendous step, but we see it as another attempt by the government to control the process of education.
Yes, sir.
Right? And we warned against the steps that were being proposed in the Teaching Council bill, as it can become counterproductive to the teaching profession.
Yes.
And so did the JT and other known professionals in the field. That was ignored. So we continue on a path that destroys education. And after 80 years of quote-unquote self-governance, right, we need to understand where we are as a people. We have not progressed from where we were in education. We have made no significant strides. Yes, we have a few school leavers. Yes, we have a few bright people that get scholarship. But on the national level, the figures show a decline year over year. So we need to fix education, and there need to be a concerted effort. We need to go back to the days where mainstream media was a source of education instead of a business that panders to the sensational.
Okay. Yeah. And you no doubt you have seen where the one member of the counselor over in Portmore was murdered yesterday.
Yes. We saw that, and we were. I was preparing a release as spokesperson on national security.
Yes.
And that hasn't come out as yet. But we extend condolences to the family of this counselor. And while he was a beloved member of his community and reported as a hard worker, we don't actually agree with his politics. But it doesn't mean that we don't grieve for the loss of a life.
Yes.
But more than that, it is also reflective of the many lives that have been lost in Jamaica because of the poor national security posture of this and previous governments.
Yes.
So our crime fighting strategy, which is of the plantation era, has continued to fail us. The JCF, which is older than independent Jamaica, continues to fight crime aimlessly rather than solving crime and creating social interventions at a meaningful level that will bring real change. When a government acts as gatekeeper for an exclusive aristocratic class, for the connected few, the level of depravity that we see is expected. Rather, we should look at what is happening in other first world countries where the society is open and government acts in the interest of the people instead of passing draconian laws and create senseless social programs that only serves to support their personal enrichment. Then we will understand where we are and know where we need to go as a people. So what I have to say is that we deeply regret the passing of the councillor, but in the society that we live, it is not surprising.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can really associate myself with that because we are in the 7th month now, and over 600 Jamaicans have been murdered since the start of the year.
Indeed.
As a matter of fact, in 2 weeks, 2 weeks in this month, we had 70 murders. And when you do the maths, that is about 5 per day.
Indeed.
Yes.
Now, when you look at it, Brother Desmond, this is not a nowadays thing as they are terming it. And it's a culmination of failed policies and practices over the decades. Mm-hmm. And as the great Malcolm X would say, it's the chickens coming home to roost. And we have to pay attention to that and make sure we are mitigating it. Do you remember the social intervention scheme that the government launched when they were first criticized for not having a proper crime fighting strategy, where they named someone as head, a female, I don't remember her name? Yeah. What has happened to that organization, where a budget was prepared for it and all of that?
Well,
we have heard nothing of it.
No.
Right? But what you hear is government running advertisements on the radio for policing services. Where else in the world does a government advertise that as a state it has police officers? That is a waste of money. That is enriching someone. As any functional state, even a banana republic, has some sort of national security apparatus. And there's absolutely no need to advertise such a service.
Yes.
Whatsoever.
Okay. Well, one thing, Mr. Wright, I know that is the security issue in the country right now is the number one problem. It is a terrible situation. Right?
It is the number one problem and a terrible situation, and that's why the UIC has always stated in its various writings, and in our last press release which came to you, we implored the government to adopt a different posture, use different methods, create a different methodology that starts with a revamping of the police force that we have. We no longer need a police force because the colonial days, the plantation days are over. We need a police service. And from there, we can move on to employing technology, for example, revamping how we deliver policing service to the public. My research has shown that Jamaica has one of the highest police-to-citizen ratio in the world. One
of the highest what? One of the highest what?
Police-to-citizens ratio. The United Nations has a ratio that they expect countries to follow.
No, man. You mean the ratio to police? In other words, the police force in Jamaica is short of manpower, you know.
All right, so tell me, Brother Desmond, how much police officers do they have currently?
Right now, I think they have it's somewhere between 13 and 14,000.
Okay, so on an island with 2.3 million people, do we need 13,000 police officers?
Yeah.
And guess what? most of those police are in administrative roles.
I don't know what percentage are doing administrative roles, but what I do know is that one of the, and this is not a new thing, for many years now. For many years, the force is short of personnel. The other thing that you...
Hold on, Brother Desmond. Don't lose the train of thought. Let me ask you this. Even though I know you're the broadcaster, I'm trying to work through the information you have just given me.
Yeah.
We have been recruiting for many years into the Jamaica Constabulary Force. How come we're still short?
Because first of all, is that we have not the complement, the number of police that the force needs. We don't have that number.
Brother Desmond, are you with me?
Another thing that I must bring to your attention, when you look at the numbers, in the last couple of years, more than 2 years, the force has been losing 400 per year, through resignations. True.
And guess what? Yeah. In your planning, you would have planned to counter that. So your intake would factor that. But what I can tell you is that a lot of jurisdictions have been drawing on Jamaican police officers because of the experience we have with certain criminal patterns. And because those jurisdictions offer better remuneration, a lot of officers have been taking those up.
Okay.
So there are several factors affecting us. But what I can tell you is that the UIC government would change how we deliver police services. So, for example, we wouldn't employ a station guard anymore. A trained officer needs to be in the street helping citizens. A station guard can be a trained civilian. You follow? Yeah. A computerized station diary, for example. A computerized criminal record system.
Yes.
That is easily cross-referenced is a priority for the UIC. Okay. So that when a suspect and the police interact, that information is easily accessible by the police.
Yes.
So you don't have to worry about a locked station door when you have a report to make at 1 a.m. There'll be a civilian sitting at the desk with a computerized log that information is instantly transmitted. So if you say I was just robbed on X street 2 minutes ago and the criminal or the suspect looks like this, that description will be in that computerized database. That officer that is just making a turn onto that street as part of his patrol will be able to access. That is the kind of thing that the UIC wants to do.
Right.
You have neighborhoods that is considered no-go, where there's a high prevalence of gun violence. Sonic microphones, for example, that detects these high-velocity rounds, that detect the sonic booms from these bullets, and therefore be able to plot the trajectory in which somebody's traveling or where those shots are being fired from and guide responding officers. We'll also be able to, from that, cross-reference various CCTV systems because we know where this is happening. Yes, so it makes solving crime, identifying criminals and criminal activity much easier by the use of that kind of technology. That is what the UIC is promising Jamaicans.
Yes, I can understand, sir. The UIC, what the UIC would have seen where recently that the Integrity Commission announced that it was investigating a number of parliamentarians and public officials for illicit enrichment. You saw that?
Oh, yes. And the UIC did not respond to that because we have always been saying that.
Yes.
That we see these politicians go into the system as ordinary men and women, promising to serve, to be diligent, and then by the end of their term, they are filthy rich. They have a massive mansion that costs more than anybody else on the top of the hill. And then tell you that they made their money from FX trading. Okay?
From what? From what?
FX trading. Yeah. But when a politician who I shall not name did that and broadcasted that, nobody questioned the sensibility behind that.
Yes.
But we leave that. So the Integrity Commission investigating them, that's fine. This is another part of the dog and pony show that we put on a yearly basis to pretend that we are serious about crime, especially criminality at the top.
Yes.
UIC is serious about a crime plan that is top down, where everybody faces the same law, the same justice. So we are not going to applaud until we see these people being sent to jail.
Yes.
The Integrity Commission is doing what it's doing, grandstanding for the international media, grandstanding for those who are looking on and expecting our corruption perception to fall because of this.
Yes. Well, there's no doubt, and I know the UIC is aware of this because it has spoken on it. The level of corruption in the country is another sour issue, right? And I don't recall if we have ever spoken about the UIC and setting up organs like the Integrity Commission with responsibility to address the corruption issue in the country.
We have spoken about stuff like that briefly. We talk a lot.
Yes.
But just to point out to your loyal listeners and viewers that the UIC believes that such anti-corruption organizations should be independent of the influence of the House of Representatives. An independent Senate would ensure that. So the UIC model of having elected senators who serve the interests of the people would allow the Senate to be able to vet and work with these anti-corruption agencies who are reliant on the executive of the day to do their job, to keep our politicians honest and protect the Jamaican taxpayers.
Yes, sir. Yes. So, you might wish to tell us. Now we are in July now, coming to the end of July.
Oh yeah.
And as you know, the next election is due about September 25, 2025.
Right.
So, but traditionally, the ruling party has never waited until the 5-year period before election is called. So it is possible that next year's election can be called next year. I'm not saying that it is, but. So you tell us, the UIC, I know, has plans to contest the upcoming elections. How are those plans going?
I'll be honest with you, Brother Desmond, and said recently they have suffered a bit of a setback. But that is normal within any organization. Our president, who is in charge of the operations of the movement, is planning and has planned how to move on from that. And my job in this situation is to provide him the sound advice and support that he needs to move forward.
Right.
Now, as a candidate, I am looking forward to being out there. I've started my planning. I'm actually transitioning from working at the divisional level to the constituency level.
Okay.
And, you know, my work there was in its infancy because I knew the representation is not something that I had aspired to. I just want to see change for my community. And in Eastern Westmoreland, where I will be running as a Member of Parliament candidate, and the party, as a matter of fact, has just approved my candidacy for Member of Parliament.
Yes.
So I'll be the standard bearer in Eastern Westmoreland. And I'm looking forward to working with our farmers.
Okay.
Because our community is heavily reliant on farming.
Yes.
So we're looking to work with the farmers to add value to their produce, to show them how that value-added chain works, how they can increase their revenue base and make a proper livelihood of it, how synergies can be created with other products that can come out of it. You know, because the UIC believes in this kind of sustainable model, in organic farming, that uses a massive amount of organic reliance, remove the inorganic component that we are finding now, evidence of it having adverse health effects, so that we can get a better quality food, and that better quality food will promote better health. And from better health comes a better nation, of course, bringing all the other supporting components together.
Okay.
So that nutritional factor is good. When you feed your body right, it operates right. And then you can then pursue your human endeavors.
Yes. So,
but UIC is looking forward to contest election. So far, we have 5 candidates with 3 more going through the process. And we expect, well, my personal wish is that we get up to 15 candidates properly vetted. And we'll be looking to present our candidates soon. The president is working on that. So hopefully you can be there for that. But we are looking to put on a strong showing in those seats. And who knows? They just have to come to us and say, would you consider a coalition government?
Yeah. The party will be contesting all constituencies or just some constituencies?
We would love to contest all, but the reality of it is that right now, as I said, we have 6 candidates that are ready to go, and another 3 that are going through the process.
Okay. So that is 8.
Correct.
So as we speak, the UIC is aiming to contest 8 of the 63 constituencies.
That is correct.
Okay. And those, you wish to tell us those 8 are where?
I won't give you all of them. I'll just give you the confirmed ones, because even though those persons are in the constituency working, the NEC hasn't approved all of them as yet. So until the NEC gives final approval, then I'll be speaking out of turn. So myself in Eastern Westmoreland.
In Hanover? You're contesting in Eastern Hanover?
No, Eastern Westmoreland.
Oh, Eastern Westmoreland. Okay, yes.
Right. And the president is over in St. Elizabeth, Elam constituency. I don't remember the nomenclature over there.
Yes.
We have one person in East Kingston. So that is Brother Garth. He's over in East Kingston.
Okay.
We have in Eastern St. Catherine.
Yes.
VP Brown Johnson is there.
Yes.
Who else? I'm missing a couple of people right now. I don't have it on the top of my head.
Okay. All right.
So, but you'll meet them at the press conference. I'll definitely make sure you get an invite to that.
Yes. I understand. I think it is to put up, to find 63 candidates and to organize yourself for the national election is a big task. So
it is a monumental task, and for an organization that is running solely on volunteers,
yes,
and for an organization that there's an established pattern of trying to tear us down and of media blockage, particularly mainstream media,
yes,
it's next to impossible. And I have to say hats off to my president, who works tirelessly to get us past these things. If we had or was able to have a dedicated team, even if it's just at the admin level, we would have been able to do much more.
yes,
But, the other parties, they have their financial base, where they can collect their $35 billion for the election cycle. Our donors have generously reached out, and their $1,000, their $2,000, their additional $100, or whatever amount they can donate. It's always a blessing, and we do appreciate it for they take that from their hard-earned personal treasure.
yes, sir.
So we appreciate their support.
The 2 traditional parties each of them are over 80 years old, So
Indeed. Indeed.
Yes, they are very old men on the scene.
True.
Yes.
So
yes.
Yeah, so the UIC isn't looking to be a part of their ilk anyway.
Yes.
We welcome any contributor who is willing to support the dream, but special interest money that deter us from our primary mission of creating a safe, orderly, clean Jamaica where everyone can work and retire in dignity.
Yes, sir.
then that won't change. We want to make sure we create a constitutional republic, a true republic, where everyone is protected under law equally. Your right to life, liberty, and property is equally protected.
Okay.
So we continue to aspire to that.
Yes. Well, Mr. Wright, I want to thank you very much for your contribution. And as you're aware that the Rebel Radio platform is wide open. This is where we discuss ideas and plans and talk to the people. So thank you very much again, sir.
And thank you, Brother Desmond, for having me on. And it's always a pleasure being on Rebel Radio. We appreciate you taking the time to bring another perspective to the people.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a great one.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. So, Wright, that was the chairman of the United Independence Congress. That's the third political party, in the country. Well, coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll be good talking about the Constitution. Yes. So, let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Baby, dance little more for me, yeah. Oh, yes, sir. I've been watching you across the room. Wish I could tell you how I feel. If I could get closer, a little bit closer, then I'd show you the deal is. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright, cause you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey babe, on my shoulder, you need to be here in my arms. Hey, hey, hey. Don't let the waiting be too long. Can hardly wait a minute more. Say excuse to the crew you're with. Come feel rubbed out hardcore. Yes. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright because you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms, with your head on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Yes, dance for the Lord. You dance, yeah, in the meantime. Dance for me, dance for me, baby. Till we blind, I'd love you to do. Dance for me, baby. Hey, oh yeah. Oh, work of art, that's what you are. Any which way your body turns. Picasso, Michelangelo would war as to which one should own, yeah. Fulfilling what your body gave, yeah. It's enticing and not surprising that you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms, special lady. You need to be here in my arms. Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours. Yes. Hey, babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that.
Yes, you love me like this, Paris.
Oh yeah. Hey, 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 yes.
Now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah. Now follow what them say. Then we say you out and make poverty get wet. Sure. Free, poor people be free. In every community, we burn this unity, burn this honesty. Poor people be free. Shed some light with clarity. I'm tell them say the crime is caused by the poverty. Watch out! Forward we go, we now we not stop. Up it up, get on youth, cause we not drop. None of them we sell out, they call them one spot. Them no feel to eat your food like them a chop. Done, arms house we done, poor house we done, court house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. Sit down, the youth them want a brighter way, and the youth them want a brighter day. Babylon them just a fight away. Tell them free your poor people right away. Them run your water and your light away. Injustice, take away your rights away. Then them send me so then to take your life away. It's like them want to night and day. That one your name. Forward me going and me non-stop. Up it up, get to you the cars we non-drop. No for sell you out because them want spot. And no
Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer!
Who's coming in hot, hot?
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all! Savings, savings, savings!
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Wait for your best life, wait. Go check your HIV status, wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself it do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda husband, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan, do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. And it is that time on a Friday when we zero in on the Constitution. You know, there are plans to adjust our Constitution. And this evening we have with us two members of the Constitutional Reform Committee, Attorney at Law Donna Motley, and Dr. Nadine Spence. Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Desmond. Good afternoon, Dr. Spence.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator Motley.
Dr. Spence, we want to kick off the proceedings with you because, one of the issues when I talk to people on the streets, one of their concern is that they don't see, or they would like more publicity. They want more public participation in the discussion. So just tell my listeners and viewers what the committee is doing to publicize and to get the people involved in this debate.
Well, the public is invited to submit their ideas and thoughts to the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which should then be directed to the Constitutional Reform Committee for consideration. So I know a couple of weeks ago, I don't remember exactly when, an ad was put out in the paper inviting public comments on the matter of, on those matters that the public, members of the public would have an opinion on or have a strong position on, and they would like the committee to hear. That's one. I'm sure you would have heard of the town hall, and the town hall meetings would have been happening. We've already had, I think, 3 town halls, and in the coming week we'll be having 1 or 2, I think, in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, and perhaps, I'm not sure about the Hanover one if it's still on, but certainly St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. We would have had a number of meetings with different groups of people who would have asked for consultation, asked for us to attend a public consultation with them. So the young people's groups have called into the committee to ask for some kind of engagement, whether it is through Zoom or face-to-face. And we would have gone to meet with people. And then we are also on social media, on all the social media platforms, I think, except TikTok. And we also have a WhatsApp number. I don't remember it right now, but the committee invites people to also submit their comments and perspectives via our WhatsApp number. And then there are programs on radio and on TV. The committee members are asked to participate in from time to time. So whenever members of the public seek to engage the committee, inviting members of the committee to share with them on the work or on the perspectives that individual members of the committee have, the committee members are always willing to share as well. And certainly I know that as the chair of the Public Engagement Committee, I've reached out to a number of groups asking them to facilitate us having a discussion on the matter of constitutional reform. There has been in my mind, there's been no hesitance on the part of the committee to engage where the matters before the committee are concerned.
Let me see. To the best of my recollection, I know of a public forum in St. James. I know of one in Portland. I know of one in Mandeville. Where else have you had a public forum?
So I think that there is one coming. There's been no other parish forum as yet in the parish capitals, and that's what we've been doing. We've been having town halls. But there have been other, I know a number of them were held by the church, one in Portmore, another one, I can't remember the exact spaces, but there have been other public fora where members of the committee have been invited and have shared on the work of the committee or on other, the work of the committee really, or any other matter actually related to constitutional reform. And we are still in the process of planning other town hall meetings and other kinds of engagement.
Yes. So let me ask you a question now. So far, based on what you have heard from those public discussions, you know, how do you size up what you have heard so far? Just give us an idea what's the nature of the public feedback has been.
I know that people are very aggrieved with the way things are in the country, with the state of governance. With a lot of people have very negative perceptions about how our original constitution was formulated and the role of the public in that process. A lot of people have a lot of concerns about matters that run the gamut from, bail, just all kinds of issues. And some of those issues are not necessarily for constitutional review, but if I were to think about the matters that are for the Constitutional Review Committee, there are a lot of issues there as well about the nature of our leadership and how people want leadership to conduct itself in respect of delivering what they see as, what governance should deliver, whether it's a society that is fair and just, with law-abiding citizens, a society that respects people's rights and so on. So I've heard conversations from people's access to land, to beach rights, to every matter. I think every matter so far that one can imagine has been mentioned to the committee. I think at this point, there have been a lot of discussions in the media, in the press, about the kind of president and how people think about the selection of the president and the responsibilities of the president. I think we've had substantive discussion on that matter. I don't know that Jamaicans are on the same page where that is concerned, because people differ on that matter. I think as well, people are looking for other ideas about, how Jamaica could become a better place to live and work, and want to try out different kinds of governance structures to do so. But again, I don't think people are in agreement on any one perspective. I think people are just thinking through what could be. And so what I do know is that Jamaicans want greater participation in government. I think they want greater accountability, and I think they want a government that delivers what it promises that it will deliver. So,
so far, what has been the responses to the existing form of government? In other words, do you find an overwhelming view that would want to maintain our existing form of government, or those are views that would want to see a presidential type of government?
I mean, a republic automatically gives you a president. I think what people are debating is, how much power do we give to the president? And if the conversations have gone, we don't mind a system where the president is elected. We don't mind a system where we have a president, but it shouldn't be a president as in the way the current system has the Governor General now. We want the President to be more of a check on the powers of the Prime Minister if we maintain a system with a Prime Minister. I don't know. I can't say that overwhelmingly. I know the conversation in Kingston and St. Andrew has been very focused on the matters of the President. That's what I've seen. But when I've gone to other places, for example, in Montego Bay, the conversation sounded different. It was a lot about, do we really want to change? Is the system going to bring about the kinds of the kinds of change that we want, and which system will bring about the kind of change that we want? So when we went to Montego Bay, people were more open about exploring which system will bring us the kind of change that we want. Tell us more about the presidency, the president that could exist in a republic. When we went to Mandeville, I think people were more responding to what was in the media and wanted to know about the process and wanted to know more about accountability and getting bang for the buck in government. When we went to Portland, people were more interested in their own particular rights and access and fairness and equity and how we ensure that we get a system that produces the kind of results. So it's hard for me to say this is what people want. We've had people come in to present, and people have said, I'm not sure which system. We're not set on which system will bring about this kind of thing, but this is what we would like to see. We've had people come in and present and said, this is the kind of president we want. Okay. So it's hard for me to say this is what I've heard, because the conversations have been wide and varied, and different groups of people in different places are obviously having different kinds of conversation about not just the process of constitutional reform, but the end product of constitutional reform.
Okay. One major issue, and as the person who is responsible for communication on the committee, update us on the Privy Council. What is the discussion on that so far?
Okay. I think in the public domain, there seems to be consensus in the public that we cannot have a situation where we leave the monarchy behind and we maintain the Privy Council. I think people are clear on that. I think in the committee itself, there are more people who are clear on the idea that they would like to see us move away from the Privy Council and move towards the Caribbean Court of Justice. But there are also people who believe that they don't necessarily want this as if the Caribbean Court of Justice as Jamaica's final appellate court, even if they agree that we perhaps need to move away from the Privy Council. I think the voices in the public are much more clear on this matter. I think, for me, certainly, on the committee, I am clear where my positioning is on that matter. But, there are also a lot of people who have differing views on that. And so in the committee, I think earlier we have discussed this on a number of occasions, and Donna Scott Mackey, I'm sure will tell you that for those representatives of the opposition, they are clear that the Caribbean Court of Justice is an issue that needs to be clarified and needs to find both political parties expressing what their perspective is. And where the PNP has been clear on that, we've not been so clear, with the JLP has not been so clear in expressing its position. And this is important because our constitution asks that some matters, any one of those matters, even the ones that don't go to referendum, that both political parties need to arrive at a consensus on those matters. So while it's not a quarrel, it's a sticking point. And certainly what we would like to see happen is that both political parties are in step with what seemed to me to be a position that Jamaicans are coalescing around, that if we are going to move away from the monarchy, we have to do that in its truest terms, which also means moving away from the Privy Council. And I think most of the members on the committee are very clear on that matter.
Okay. You will remember when the committee was launched, it set out a timetable when they were supposed to make submissions to the Parliament. Well, that has been reversed. Now, is there a timetable? Is the committee working with a timetable now, and if so, what it is?
Well, from my own understanding of what is happening, given the need for public engagement, the last time we discussed the timeline, what was concluded was that rather than have a timeline, let us work towards the matter of completing this important process of engaging the public and communicating the changes that need to be done and the process to the public before we get back to this idea of a timeline.
Okay. All right.
That was the last conversation around the timeline that the committee on a whole had and agreed to.
Yes. So as we speak, as the committee set a time when it is supposed to complete its engagement with the public.
No, we're very much still engaged in the process of I don't think there will be a point when the committee is not engaging the public. I think even the process of because remember the Constitution lays out a process, and that process in the Constitution says that if a bill is laid before Parliament, the bill is laid and then it has to lay there for 3 months, and then it is debated. I think the Constitution, I might not be quoting it precisely, but it has built within it about a 6 to 9 months process within the Parliament. So that I think what the Constitution intended was for us as a people to also get to a bill and debate what is in the bill, because it is a bill that will amend the Constitution.
Right.
So we need to know what is in that bill so that we can seriously start to have even more robust conversations, I think, about what is in that bill and if that bill can go forward. Because remember, this process that we are on now of public engagement will not lead to anything. The only thing it can lead to is a recommendation to Parliament and then a bill before Parliament. And when that bill is ready in Parliament, that is when I think the real public discourse is going to begin. Because that is when people are going to listen to what is in the bill and begin to say, is this enough? Will this suffice?
Yes. Well, on that note, Mrs. Motley, on that note, we're based on what you have in front of you and what has been discussed so far, there's something that I observe, that this discussion, that public discourse that is taking place now, is that if both political parties don't agree, then this process will be stalled. Am I right with that?
Well, firstly, let me just commend Dr. Spence on how she has laid out the work of the committee. She has done an excellent job with that, yes, and an excellent job with that, inviting participation from different groups. Right. Now, one of the things that is clear is that we cannot achieve this constitutional reform without both political parties being on exactly the same change.
Okay.
Remember that after the deliberations in the Parliament, it has to go to the people for a referendum.
Yes.
And you can't have PNP saying one thing and JLP saying another, as you did with federation.
Right.
If we are going to be successful in removing the monarchy. Now, although there has been discourse about who we replace the monarch with, what kind of system we replace the monarchy with, will we have a ceremonial president or an executive president, those discussions. In spite of those discussions, one thing is clear. The JLP and the PNP have said that they are willing, some saying they are anxious to abolish the monarchy.
Yes.
But yes, there has to be agreement.
But there are still some sticking points which both parties have not agreed on.
Our sticking point is the final appellate court.
Yes.
We are adamant, and I think justifiably so, that when we are leaving the monarchy, we should complete the full circle of decolonization and also leave the Privy Council. The Caribbean Court of Justice has been in existence for almost 18 years. Its judgments are highly regarded. Persons have commended them on it. And we can't see why we should not join. We have paid our commitment, financial commitments to the court, over 27 million US. All the fears which were articulated by the Jamaica Labour Party, they were addressed in the original conception, and no criticism on that score has arisen since that they have been in operation. Mm-hmm. So we feel that we should now make the decision to join the Caribbean Court of Justice. The government, Jamaica Labour Party, is not as clear. There is talk that they would like a final court of appeal located here in Jamaica. There is talk that many of the members wish to remain with the Privy Council, but they have not come out clearly to the public and said what their position is. And I think that it is urgent that they do so. It would eliminate a lot of confusion if they did so. Yes. But at the same time, Desmond, I want to remind you that that is not a matter which goes to referendum. We can join the Caribbean Court of Justice if 2/3 of the House of Representatives and 2/3 of the Senate so agree. Mm-hmm. So it's not a challenging process once the JLP and the PNP accept that step.
Yes. Yes. Well, but the one, are both parties on the same page as it relates to whether we should have an executive president or a ceremonial president?
Well, it's very interesting that you should ask that question, because in 1992, the PNP's position was that we should have an executive presidency. When the JLP objected to it, we resigned from our position because we wanted to get on with the whole process of leaving the monarchy. And so we agreed with the JLP that we would have a ceremonial president.
Yes.
Now, I think as time has passed, this term ceremonial president is in a way inappropriate.
Yes.
Because immediately persons think of it, they think of the Governor General, who they just see as cutting ribbons, opening Parliament, doing just having courtesy calls and so on. But in fact, the Governor General is presently quite engaged in several processes. For example, appointing the independent commissioners to the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, the Judicial Committee, and other very important and sensitive bodies.
Right.
The Governor General actually plays a very active role. And in fact, when we met with him, as we did, to get a full idea of what exactly his role was, some of us were quite surprised that he was actually so engaged in the affairs of the country.
Right.
So I think what is incumbent upon us to do is to have more and more discussions about how really an executive president would function and how a non-executive president would function. when I talk to people about the executive presidency, they envisage a sort of concept similar to the United States of America. And that will be challenging to institute here because we have a parliamentary system.
Yes.
So it will be a complete and total upheaval. But if you dig a little bit further and ask the questions, what the public, the person who is asking for an opportunity to vote for the president is really saying is that they want more accountability and they want to reduce the powers of the prime minister.
Yes. So it might be that the populace, they sorry, they don't totally want a U.S. model. Right?
Yes.
But they want to see some changes.
They want to see some changes, and I think the changes are in relation to a governance system. They want greater accountability. They want more frequent reporting. They want to feel like they are consulted on important matters. Yes. They want to feel that their rights are protected, yes. And so on.
All right, ladies, let us take a break. I see where Dr. Barnett was trying to reach us. Just let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio, and we are talking about the Constitution. Yes. Welcome back. And we are talking about constitutional changes. And we have with us Dr. Barnett?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, and we have Mrs. Donna Scott Motley and Professor Nadine Spence. Ladies, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Mrs. Motley, are you there? Hello? I'm not hearing. Donna? Anyway, let us continue. I'm sure that she must be there. Dr. Barnett, before you came on, we were, discussing the issues. Dr. Spence outlined what has been done or what is being done to keep the public informed. But we are on this point about collaboration agreement between the political parties, and we know that if both parties are not in agreement, then this constitutional debate will stall. Based on what you have seen and what you know, Dr. Barnett, what are the sticking issues that both parties need to agree on right now?
Well, it seems to me that they've agreed we should have some constitutional reform. And the 2 points on which I believe there is agreement is that we should abolish the monarchical form and adopt a republican form.
Yes.
And that we should have a constitution which is made in Jamaica.
Yes.
So far, we have not been advised of any agreement between the political parties or the leadership of the political parties in respect of other matters which have been raised, such as the Caribbean Court of Justice, fixed election dates, term limits.
Yes. Okay.
Those are the major points which have surfaced in the public domain. And I do not know whether or not there is ongoing discussion between the political parties, but the Constitutional Review Committee has been having, as you know, the public engagement exercise in which these points are being discussed.
Yes, yes. Donna? I don't know what happened to Donna, because I would like to hear her response to those points. Dr. Spence?
Hello?
Hello. Yes. And Dr. Barnett, just hold it for me. Hold it for me again. Let me try and get back that, Mrs. Just hold for me, please. Hold. Yeah. We are back on Rebel Radio talking about discussion. Mrs. Motley?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and Dr. Spence, you are there?
I'm here, yes, I
Okay,
am.
all right, okay. Mrs. Motley, a while ago, Dr. Barnett raised the point about some of the issues that has emerged during discourse with the public, and issues which he believes that both parties should have a position on, like, for example, term limits.
Yes.
What were the two others, Dr. Barnett? Term limits and?
Fixed election dates.
Yes. Yes. So do you know if the parties are talking about these issues, Donna? Term limits.
I don't think either political party is discussing that. And that is because of the initial approach which was taken to the whole discussion, which was that we were to deal firstly with the matters which required going to a referendum.
Yes.
Of course, the public has pushed the committee in a direction where they are saying that they want to be consulted on all the matters.
Yes.
They want their voices to be heard, so that there is no longer, I think, a set kind of agreement that we would deal with only the referendum items. We have not, however, discussed with the government term limits or fixed election dates. But what I would say is that Prime Minister Bruce Golding had been very clear that this was part of his agenda as Prime Minister.
Yes.
I think the Jamaica Labour Party has embraced that. Both of those ideas.
Okay. All right. Yes. Well, Dr. Spence pointed out that the discussion so far has been varied, and there is no firm decision. Because based on the feedback, people views are, as I said, as she said, different points of views. But I would like to ask all three of you, do you get from the public discourse so far that you are getting informed responses from the public on the Constitution? And the reason why I'm asking this question is this, that the Constitution, as far as I'm aware, that is one topic that most Jamaicans are not au fait with, the Constitution. So I am asking, do the responses that you are getting from the public, how you weigh them? In other words, is it informed, or people are in the dark as it relates to the Constitution and what it should be?
If I could start,
yeah.
I'd say what the conversation has revealed to us is that we really need to get into a comprehensive process of educating Jamaicans about the Constitution, that we need civics at every level of the education system, that our Constitution, and I think Donna and Dr. Barnett will bear me out on it, our Constitution is very legalistic in the way it is written. It isn't written with any kind of poetry or any kind of thing in it to tug at the heartstring to cause people to want to go into it and delve into this matter of what it is to be a Jamaican or what are the rights of Jamaica. It was never written like that. And so I think what this process ought to do is to help us to write a constitution that is more attractive to the people. That's one. The other thing is,
Yes? Hello?
I have lost you, I think.
I think so.
Okay.
But continuing with that thought, one thing of the things you have to bear in mind is that a constitution is not all of the constitutional law of a country. And how much you put in the central document varies from country to country.
And the country knows that they want to know more about what is in the Constitution. The people in Jamaica know that, and they will be the first to tell you that. And so one of the things that we would have said just now is that a lot of the issues, some of the issues that people raise, we have to distill them into some kind of order. And that is why we will say to you that we know that people want greater governance. We know that people want systems that are more responsive to their needs, are more accountable, and so on. We can say that because when we listen to the conversation,
I don't know why we keep losing Dr. Spence.
Yes, but apparently she is continuing when not hearing it.
Yes, not hearing.
So Dr. B, maybe you should continue with the thought.
Yes. Dr. Barnett.
Yes, now I think what she is saying is something that we all have to recognize, and I think the Constitutional Reform Committee has recognized it, that you can't ask people to express an opinion on a subject that they have not been given the opportunity to be familiar with.
Yes.
So part of the decision now that the Constitutional Reform Committee has arrived at is that there has to be a more intensive public education campaign so that at least the basic principles are explained and an indication given as to what is in the Constitution and what can be changed and how it can be changed. Mm-hmm. So that is a commitment which I think we now have fairly undertaken, and during the next weeks or months, I think you're going to see a intensification of the public education and public engagement campaigns.
Yes.
That in which the emancipation, independence period.
Okay. Yes, Donna.
Yes. Well, I have found that people don't understand or know what is in the Constitution. And I think that successive administrations have to take the blame for that because we have failed to educate the people consistently and appropriately. So, for example, the young people who have not been taught civics in school do not even understand the basic structure of government. Because of this conversation that we are having, because of the whole discussion around constitutional reform, there are people who are getting more interested in the Constitution. Highly educated people did not even know what the Constitution looked like, that it was such a small book, have never seen a Constitution prior to our going on the road and
Hello?
Hello, Donna.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, yes, go ahead, continue.
So I know that this engagement has stimulated an interest in the Constitution.
Yes.
Dr. Barnett is absolutely correct. Not all the concerns which have been raised can be included in a Constitution, but they can be dealt with in ordinary legislation. For me personally, I feel that the people want a voice, they want to be heard, they want to speak to people who they know are listening. This for them is they feel that they have been excluded from the whole process of governance. And now they are getting an opportunity. And that is why parish to parish, it is really fascinating that the issues which emerge are different. I was struck in particular by the one in Portland, where persons were very concerned with their access to the beach. My own disappointment is that we have not had a forum yet in which people have raised the issue of their rights. They have not spoken about those that they have, those they would like to be protected, and any new rights which they would want to be included.
Yeah.
So I think we also have to contemplate that going forward. But yes, the plans are for an intense period of public engagement in the ensuing weeks. We believe that emancipation and independence provide fertile ground for this, that people will be listening. Yeah. And Dr. Barnett has been contributing greatly to the material which will be shared with the public, which I think is vital and which I think they will respond to.
Yeah. But, you know, one of the things that we have totally disregarded, and I am now putting it at the feet of the political directorate, that when it comes on to rights in Jamaica, the ordinary Jamaican is not aware, and both of you are lawyers, you can challenge me on this. I am just talking about based on my journalistic experience. The ordinary Jamaican is...
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me,
Dr. B, I think I'm hearing you.
Yes, I can hear you clearly, but...
I'm hearing you too, but I'm not hearing anybody else.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing the host.
Yeah, you went off too. I don't know what's happening with this thing.
You went off too. You are back with us now, Dr. Spence?
Yes, I'm back.
All right.
I wasn't hearing you at a point.
We lost you a while ago.
Yes. I don't know what happened to the system. But the point I'm making, when Donna raised the point about so far, she has based on the public discourse, she has not heard significant input from the public about their rights. Now, I am making the point that based on my experience, the ordinary Jamaican is not aware of anything about rights, you know, because over the years, they are accustomed to being victimized. They are accustomed to police brutality. They are accustomed to all manner of deprivation that when it comes on to rights, they they are not aware of their rights because there is no institution in Jamaica that is teaching people about their rights. And the political directorate were fully aware of the fact that there's a starvation in the public about any knowledge about the Constitution. The political directorate is aware of that because
civil society organizations have tried, but they do not have the machinery or the resources to conduct a public education campaign such as is needed.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is that without that sort of government support, it is impossible to have a real, public appreciation of all the principles and basic factors in relation to the Constitution and to their responsibilities and rights.
Yes.
For instance, we have had, including the discussions in Portland, a lot of discussions about access to the beach.
Yes.
But in those discussions, nobody mentioned that there are environmental rights specifically provided for in the new Charter of Rights.
Yes. No.
And you hear discussions about pollution of rivers and, destruction of the beachland. And nobody in those discussions, even the most vocal persons, are talking about invoking the constitutional guarantees of rights relating to those matters.
No, sir, because the people don't, as I said, all three of you would see it, that even the most learned person in Jamaica, many, they have never seen the Constitution. They have never read it, right? And therefore, when it comes on to constitutional debate, the first thing that should have been done was that they should have launched a massive public education campaign about the Constitution.
We accept that, and but if you just going back to what has been omitted or what has failed, what we need is to develop the strategy.
Yes.
For making sure that that deficiency is corrected. And I think Dr. Spence gave you an indication of what is planned. And is there any additional measures that anyone wishes to suggest? I'm sure that it will be taken into account because there is, I believe, a full commitment to expanding the public education and the public engagement exercise.
Well, the only thing I would like to say...
I want to add something.
Yeah.
This informing people about the Constitution cannot be a matter just for the Constitutional Reform Committee. And I want to say that, as a matter of fact, there's one group that is doing something that I want to commend them on, which is having debates within the schools.
Yes.
So you have inter-school debates, and I think that is a way in which the consciousness and the awareness of rights and what is in the Constitution will have an impact.
Yeah. Well, the point I would like to make, and Dr. Spence, you are there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Dr. Spence, the point that Donna raised a while ago is a critical one. The thing about expanding the public education reach cannot be the role of the IC, the commission alone. It needs to bring in the assistance of civil society, the churches. And let me tell you something, the politicians themselves, MPs, should be brought in to organize their constituents at meetings to discuss the Constitution.
Well, let me just say that so far we've had a number of sessions with the church.
Yes.
And so church members are fully attuned, and some people are having the conversation with us, and some when I say with us, I mean as a constitutional Review Committee or the Constitutional Reform Committee, and they are having it without us. There are civil society organizations that are fully engaged and are also doing their part. They're not necessarily waiting on the committee, either they're having their conversations.
Okay.
The part of the political party, Senator will tell you that, just last week in our district in our meeting, I reiterated again that the political parties have to be ready to allow the committee and whoever else into their constituencies. I've spoken to the general secretaries about access to the political parties, and each party has representatives at the committee. So I expect that the representatives are also kind of softening the ground for the conversation, or preparing the ground for the conversation, because it's a conversation that must be had at that level.
Can I say, Nadine, that we have our 2-day NEC this weekend, and constitutional reform is very much on the agenda. And we are inviting the members of parliament to set up a sort of agenda, a sort of schedule of when they would want to have these discussions. I think MP Anthony Hilton, who sits on the committee, has actually requested a date already.
Right, and he had a conversation earlier this week, in fact, with himself as a member of the committee leading the conversation, and he has given me contact to his community group leader to make arrangements for the committee to also have a conversation with his committee, with his constituency group.
Yes, it is.
But what I think is that, and as I say, we need to look to the future. And, stop really complaining about what has gone wrong or what has not been sufficiently dealt with, because the fact is that this is a case in which we have the opportunity still to make up for any failings and weaknesses, and to explore every possible avenue for having the public education and engagement advance. So that, I repeat, that anybody who has a suggestion as to what measures can be adopted, or wishes to extend an invitation to anyone, the committee members, to speak to them or to any group, then I think we welcome that. You see, when I was a student, I first learned about political science and Jamaica's history at meetings conducted in the neighborhood in which I lived by the People's National Party. These were not political meetings, these were just educating people on Jamaica's history and the new need for constitutional development. And anybody could attend, and these were very helpful meetings, and that is why people were so much engaged. It was not a question of literacy, because there is basic intelligence which can grasp these principles.
Okay. Well, we need some of those approaches right now to get the people on the same page, to get the people to understand what we are talking about, because you used our word a while ago, Dr. Barnett. This constitution amendments that we are talking about is for the future, It is not for us, because we have seen 60 years of this constitution already.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it is for the young people. This new constitution must be a constitution that is going to defend and take the interests of the young people at hand.
I think one of the things we have to normalize as well is constitutional reform, meaning that this won't be the last time we reform our constitution, and we don't want to wait another 60 years for it to be reformed. Okay. And in fact, this has not happened. We have had several periods of reform of the Constitution, but people were not so aware. So one of the things we have to get people to understand is the Constitution is a living, breathing document, and we ought always to be engaged with it and to be asking for it to be made into, let me borrow a phrase from the American, a more perfect document. Right. You know, so it's not going to be a one-off thing. Or the international constitutional experts of the committee told us that constitutions on average survive a 19-year period. We have gone through 3 19-year periods in ours. Yeah. So that we are having this conversation now in the public where people think it's the first time we're reforming our constitution, for me, is what is amazing, because it isn't. We have been engaged in this process. We haven't addressed the matter of being a republic, but we have been engaged in constitutional reform. And so I am heartened by this period of upheaval where people are asking for more, because it's perhaps, I don't, in my life in Jamaica is the first I've ever seen people as engaged and asking about the Constitution as they are now.
No, but people could not be, because they were not engaged. They don't know anything about the Constitution. So in order for us to have the Constitution reformed, for in the next 19 years, this will not happen unless we get the involvement of the people, so that they are.
Let us concentrate on how to do it.
Okay.
We all accept that we need greater involvement. We all accept that the way in which the program started was not sufficiently engaging in relation to the public. Right. But there have been attempts before. You know, there was in the 70s Constitutional Reform Committee headed by the Honorable Carl Rattree, which went all over Jamaica having public meetings. People don't remember that or weren't born yet. On constitutional reform, and then the Constitutional Reform Commission of the 90s also had public engagements throughout Jamaica and invited persons to make submissions, and dozens of submissions were made. So that it is not quite true to say that people have not been previously engaged, but it has to be an ongoing thing. Yes. That is why, for instance, CAFE started the debate in secondary schools project. The ministry was invited to the launch of the project, but we have not got any assistance from the government or from the Ministry of Education. Okay. And we have to be seeking funding from foreign sources that should not be necessary in order to do it. Right. Well, you know, and I believe that there is, as Donna says, a national obligation at all levels, government and civil society, to make sure that we engage the public fully, because this is such an important exercise that it would be a serious error, because on this occasion, at least two, maybe three, of the major proposals being discussed requires the holding of a referendum. Okay. And that is the first time we are going to have that in 62 years. Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. We have exhausted our time. But as well, this is Dr. Spence's first engagement. But on Fridays, this is where we spend some time. This is our contribution towards educating the people on this very important matter. So I want to thank you very much, Dr. Barnett. I want to Dr. Spence, Mrs. Motley. Thank you very much, and you know that this platform is wide open for a discussion. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
Thank you, and please continue the work you're doing.
Yes.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, thanks very much. That was constitutional debate, and you know, on Fridays, this is what we do to keep the people informed. Want to thank Mrs. Donna Scott Motley, Dr. Spence, and constitutional lawyer Dr. Lloyd Barnett. This is Rebel Radio. Coming up next, let us go for a break.
RSL Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connelly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot.
With a whole heap of new arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all! Saving!
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Weed for your best life, wait. Go check your HIV status, wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself it do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan, do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact.
It's a girl Shensia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Shen Yangs, everyone say wear a mask with the numbers drop. I don't want COVID lay you down flat. Nose and mouth you fi cover up that. Oh. Sanitizer get hospitalized. Fight the virus and fight for your life, yeah. Nobody talk about say you no response no more. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you're not happy. You can still get the virus from somebody. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you're not happy. You can still get the virus. So keep the numbers down. Protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Yeah. Keep the numbers down. Protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep
eat.
we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty of Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty of Jamaica, no dirty of Jamaica, no dirty of Jamaica, no dirty of Jamaica.
One, two, three, two more. 1, 2. I does the 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up.
Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right.
Welcome to another Friday, another day Another weekend. Give thanks for it. This is the number one about the world of sports and entertainment. World of sports, what's happening, what's current, and what is unfolding at this time. And this is what this show is about. I am your host, Kingsley J.J. McCullough. I will be giving you information, interviews, music, and we're going to do this within this hour between 4 to 5 p.m. Coming out of the sport, on Thursday, the World Cup, the Women's World Cup had begun. And it looks pretty interesting at this time. And the opening match, New Zealand and Australia, both came away with victory. And the other matches, we don't get any info on them now, but tonight, coming up on the weekend, and we are keenly watching how these countries play in this World Cup. We already know that our regular girls, Jamaica, who's joining a group with France, Brazil, and Panama, they're going to start on Sunday, and we will be playing against France, our opening match. Looking for some good results. I'm looking for a fair tournament. At this time, the favorite for this World Cup is the USA, the defending champion. But I know every team, every country is coming to try and dethrone the USA. You have Canada, we have the Swedish, and we were looking for a victory from Norway, but New Zealand got the better of them in a 1-0 victory. Also at this time, I want to tell you about the Diamond League that's happening now, and we can give you some results. Jackson, she have won the 200 meters in 21.84 seconds. Yes, and we were expecting a rivalry between herself and Gabby Thomas, but it didn't materialize. She finished 7th. Other result, the African Hope Omanyala. He is being so consistent, and he has taken the 100 as well. Carsten Warholm, the world record holder in the 400 meters. This is looking good, and it's going to be very hard to beat. I don't know what Santos from Brazil is having to get the better of him this time, but he is looking good. Yes. Those are some of the results coming out of Diamond League. Yes, Sherika Jackson, 21.86. Julian Alfred, 22.08. Dina Asher Smith, 22.33. Going down. And Gabriel Thomas, who was expected to figure in this race, finished 17th, 22.67. Okay. But also looking at the high jump with Hibbert, came in second, 17.66 meter. Yes, he's looking good for the future, Jaden Hibbert. Yeah. And we're going to pay a close attention to this young man who is doing the triple jump. We have more other results that we want to share with you. But we're going to take a break. We have an interview coming up with a well-known artist, and he's going to tell you about, what is happening with him, his career, and what he's doing in Jamaica. So we're going to link him up, and we'll be having a talk with him about his career and things. So we're going to take a break and get right back, and when we'll come back, we'll go straight into that interview with Dario.
I will never leave her shores. I will never run away. I will always believe in the black, the green, the gold, I say. Our nation great above the trials. We must face the test of time. Cause our people, they are strong, and we are going to get along. Though some people say we are poor.
Welcome back, world of sports and entertainment. We have some information. Shelley and Fraser Price, who had our season opener in the 100 meters, and she's looking pretty good. That is the time she did was 10.82. Is like it's an opening, and there's one thing I can say. She's going to progress and she's going to peak exactly for the World Championship. And all those pretenders who are coming to take that crown from Shelley and is going to have a very tough time to beat her. Because I think she's spot on, right on target. 10.82 season opener. Even though previous season opener she did 10.6, but I'm not worried. I know by the time she starts to do more speed work and in her training and coming up towards the World Championship, she's going to get faster. And they're going to really have a tough time to run her down and beat her. Even though Sherika Jackson look awesome, and Shakiri, even Talu, they are coming after Shelley, but I know I'm going to stick with Shelley and Fraser Price. Yes. Well, at this time, I want to say hello to Hardy. We're going to give him a call now, and he's going to tell you about himself and, his career in the music that's coming up. Okay, stand by.
On the hills and the plains and the rivers and the valleys, always back unto me. I said, this is the land of my birth. I said, this is the land of my birth. I said, this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth.
Greetings and salutation, brother.
Yes, man. Blessed and love,
Yes, man. I heard a lot about what's going on, Let me first find out where your link, I'm calling you from. Where you presently is that now?
Well, presently I'm in Jamaica,
Area.
Yes, out in the east.
I see. Okay, I have spoken to your PR, and she was telling me about everything, some things about your career and what is coming up. But one more you can tell us about your music and events that is to come that you are participating in, and where you are booked for. Just give us in a nutshell on what's the latest with Hardy,
All right, currently I'm working on an album, should be released from last year, but we are putting some more work into it, and we're trying to get it as clean and as possible, and some songs that people can relate to. So by the end of this year, we should be having an album launch. But for now, I just recently dropped a song with Luciana and a friend of mine from Florida named Zion.
Okay.
So that's the latest thing that we have right now. I'm working differently on an EP with my friend from Florida. But we have shows coming up like Jamboree in Portland.
Okay.
Some upcoming shows that we're working on outside of Jamaica.
All right.
So I'm just working very, very hard.
Yeah, you mentioned Luciana. Any other artists you're doing a collaboration with so far?
Well, it's a little surprise in between, because somebody else is there, so I just don't want to mention the name.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to mention the name as yet. Yeah.
What are, away from the Portland thing, what are the other events that is coming up? Because right now you have a lot of events coming up on the North Coast in St. Mary.
Right.
Yes.
Well, actually, we're reaching out to some people to confirm some shows. So maybe we might have some shows in other parts of Jamaica that as soon as we confirm then yeah, we'll get in there because Natalie is working very hard and you know I'm working very hard. So as soon as we confirm some things then yes.
All right. What your music is based off? Dancehall, reggae, what genre? Give us something of what your production is like. What genre of music?
Well, my genre of music is all about love, and it's from even if it's dancehall or gospel.
Yeah.
We're going to spread the message of love in the same feel of it, you know what I mean? So I would say I'm just doing music, you know what I mean? And my genre of music is just clean music.
Okay. You heard about an event called J.A. Style Tuesday with Natty King?
Yes, I know Natty King also.
Yes, he had his event and always invite up professional young and upcoming artists on this event in Crossroad every last Tuesday of the month.
Right.
And we're looking forward to having it again and looking for some new artists that will be participating on that event, which I can give you some more info on and have you included on it. So we are doing the roles, promoting it, and we try to even mention or burst a new song from the artist. So I'm gonna need if you give me something that we can listen to and play upon on Rebel Radio.
Yes, man. I thought Natalie sent them to you already.
Yes, so I'm going to look back into that file and see if but after I'm done, I'm going to see if I can search and find it and have it being played, because you can't play it while I'm doing the interview right now. I'm going to play it before the end of the program. Okay?
Right.
One other thing.
All right.
One other thing we want to make sure is we can set up bookings, we can set up interviews, so you can let us know if you're being featured in the tabloid, like the newspaper or anything that's come up, if you're getting a write-up as yet.
Well, yes, I got one, but more contents and more things. From we get them, we will take them, so we don't have any problem if there is another one right up,
Okay. All right. You can say what I'm calling you from. What you're going to know is see if you can. I don't have your music on this line here, so but I want you to send something to here now, right? That I can have it to run it during the program, 1 or 2. So I'm gonna ask you to do that and we take it from there.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, and at the same time, yes, we're going to see how some of the events unfold, and you'll be contacted to let you know if there's any space on some of the program that will have leave before the end of this month. Okay?
No problem, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yes, so that's all. The name Hardy. How you come by that name?
Well, to be honest, I went to a studio with a friend of mine, Ice Angel, and we did a song together, and I was using my real name, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And then when I finished the session, the engineer said to me, "Yo, my artist, your body now, you're tough, you have a unique voice. What's your name?" You know what I mean? And it's like I hesitate and I give him my right name. And when I leave from the studio, the artist said to me, "Oh, brother, your voice tough, so I add your name." So I used to spell it A-U-D-I. A-U-D-I-O.
Yeah. So
the right audio spelling. So when I tell a person to go on YouTube and things, you're just going to see a lot of sound system thing, you know what I mean?
Oh, yes. So you have to change it.
So I decided that I'm going to change the spelling of the name.
Okay.
Because people keep telling me, "Oh, you have a unique voice, your voice tough." So I decided that I'm going to use it as Hardio.
Oh.
Hardio.
I see. All right. want to thank you. And just do what I tell you. I'm waiting now. And I look forward to engaging in any activities, any shows, anything that is coming up that we can feature and you can know that is Rebel Radio, Jamaica one, that people can hear from.
Yeah, man, big up Rebel Radio. Give thanks and love you
Okay.
all the time.
All
Give
right.
thanks when you rise up in the morning. So you no spread out on the ground like a tarpaulin. Love your black brother, nobody tell him you go conning. You better listen, Jaja warning. If you have no work, you better go and go do some farming. Leave badness alone because you can't win. Nobody tell me about no darkness, no brawling. Your head will fly like a garland. Manners and love, you know what I mean? Give thanks for the interview, my brother.
Respect. So we'll be in touch. Respect, brother.
Yes, man.
Okay.
One love.
One love. That was Hardio, new and upcoming artist. You'll be hearing more of his music. Stay tuned again. We'll be taking a short break and we'll be right back on entertainment and sports.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact
Welcome back to the world of sports and entertainment. You know, as always, we try to keep the public informed about events that are coming up. And one of our events we always feature is a JA Style Tuesday, every last Tuesday of the month. And we'll have a very decent lineup that's coming up. And we're looking forward to this event and the participation, you know. So listen out for this.
Girl sweetie, girl pretty plus tax skin beanie, bunny, take man pan him. Nobody I've heard and black girl representing for JA Style Tuesday, the 25th of July. Thing called Girls Night Out. The whole of the girl them gonna come out. Grasswell gonna come out. Rollington Town gonna come out. The whole of Half-H gonna come out. Jungle Top gonna come out. Tarrington Park gonna come out. The whole gonna come out at Tuesday there. Remember July the 25th. Girls Night Out. Who are gonna them? Nobody hyper than Black Current. A whole it more artists. A girl about him.
Yes, that's JA Style Tuesday. And we're looking forward to that week after next. And we'll have a whole new set of hosts of artists that will be featured. We have Iset, we have Silver Cat, Bugsy Ranks, the CM Blacker, Big Pop, Natty King, All Is Open, Stratus Garden, and many, many more. Equip, Proverbs, you know. All of those artists are regular participants, and they will be out in their numbers again come week after next Tuesday, which will be at 56 Brentford Road, JA Style Tuesday. We'll be live streaming, and there'll be more coming out from it. That is the information from the sponsors, from those who are going to participate. We're going to feature it one more time before the date of the event. That's one of the things we are looking at. Back up to the sporting events now. Shelly Ann Fraser Price has recently done Shelly Ann Fraser Price has recently done her seasonal debut, and we caught up with her, and she was saying that, you know, she wanted to get. Come on. Okay. Yeah, Shelly Ann Fraser Price had come up with the winner of the 100 meters, and she did about 10.82, and looking good, and she's coming out looking fit enough, and I know that she's going to make progress in her next race leading up to that World Championship. And I know Sherika Jackson is eyeing the 200 meters, and she's tripping fitter. Our main focus on that 200 meter will be the world record that is presently held by Flojo, you know, and she's biding her time to really execute and see how best she can get close to that 21:34. And we know that she have that ability. You know, she's just taking it easy now, and she's looking forward to lower that time that she did last year and getting closer and closer to that world record. Okay, at this time, we're going to take another break, and we'll come back. We're talking about events that is going to be on the World Cup. You have the racing from Cayman and Spark that, you know, they were embroiled in talks with Toba and the BGLC. This weekend is going to be it's quite a while, 6 races on for the weekend, and they are still sticking out on what the negotiations, and they are still holding out. So it's going to be a few races unfolding on the weekend, and you'll be hearing more about that coming up after this program concerning where the trainers and the owners and the stakeholders in the racing industry. So you can listen more for that later on after this program. Okay, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
I will never leave her shores. I will never run away. I will always believe in the black, the green, the gold, I say.
Welcome back to the world of sports and entertainment. One of the things we are championing the cause, calling for the heads of football in Jamaica, the JFF, you know, well, we are a part of the CFU, and we recently coming out of the Gold Cup where the Caribbean teams gave a creditable performance of themselves, even though it's only Jamaica had made it so far to the semi-finals, in which they have lost to Mexico. But what I'm trying to say right here on this platform using this medium is that Caribbean football have gone down because there's nothing in the region to promote the game, nothing in the region to develop, whether they from the under 17, the under 19, the under 21, and the senior teams. What really happening now where football is concerned is in the Caribbean is that our talents are being exported in the MLS, some parts in Europe and Mexico, and that is what's happening. You don't hear of anything. FIFA, there's no project in the Caribbean that FIFA and the CONCACAF region is embarking on where development of football is concerned in CONCACAF. And one of the things that I'm trying to point out at this time is that we need back something in the Caribbean. Some youth tournament, under 21, under 17. Yes, we know that each territory have their own. But already have the schoolboy system, which is an annual thing in Trinidad, in Jamaica, and other Caribbean islands who play schoolboy football. But that is not enough. Look, coming out of the Gold Cup, we have Dojan Whisper Richards, who is a fine and is on his way to Chelsea. We have more talent in the Caribbean, but not enough exposure is given in this region to unearth the talent and to develop each country's capability of playing international football. So we want to reach out to the JFF that to lobby CONCACAF and FIFA that we need that project or something to come back in the Caribbean, similar to like what we did have in the cup, the CFU Cup, you know, that we normally play amongst ourselves. You know, for some years we don't have a regional tournament, and we need back something like that, and we need back projects, right, to improve the football in the region and to develop new talents. We are just saying this out loud to powers that be through the JFF, through CF Caribbean Football Union, Mr. Harris, that our president, you know, can talk and give a say to CFU that we need something to be done in the region where our football is concerned. Talent is here now, but we need more exposure, more development, more events. You know, we need back the Caribbean Cup, and that is the rivalry between, you know, the islands, the Trinidad, the Barbados, the Martinique, the Guadeloupe. We need back that to, you know, highlight back football. You know that the World Cup qualification is coming up in another year or two. But at the same time, you have Mexico, Canada, and USA that are going to be the host country in the 2026 World Cup. And we'll have three more spots to look at. So we're hoping that something can be done. Something can be done for the region and for the lesser teams to develop football in this region. At this time, I want to even give congratulations to Mexico, who had lifted the Gold Cup again for the 9th time. And congratulations to Panama, who had reached the final for the first time and gave a good account of themselves. And they can look for more from this Panama team because they're gelling well together, and they're going to be a force to reckon with in CONCACAF in time to come. We are hoping that Jamaica, the Reggae Boys, them can really come together through our coach, Hemir Halgrimson, and have a cohesiveness and understanding, because we have the team, you know, and we can be competitive in CONCACAF, and we can show, you know, the big ones like the Mexico and the US that yes, we can compete. I know people are looking at what happened recently in the Gold Cup, where Jamaica was defeated 3-0. But I know that they had their game plan, and it was thrown off by that early goal. Yes, Jamaica have a good team, and if the coach can really keep this unit together, and as I know that they have some match coming up for the remainder of the year, and you can expect they're going to get better by the time the World Cup qualifiers to begin. Be looking forward to the Reggae Boys doing exceptionally well with this crop of players that we have at our disposal, you know, well experienced team. Okay, that's all for the football now. Other sporting event we look at. As I said, the racehorse, it's back this weekend, but it's a very small program that will be unfolding at Caymanas Park on Saturday this weekend. We're going to get more information on that a little more. We're going to take another break and can listen to nice music, reggae music at this time. We're going to select something more that you'll be familiar with. Yes.
I guess it's true, I'm not good at a one night stand, but I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. No, I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? Oh, won't you stay with me, cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see, but darling, stay with me. Oh, why am I so emotional? No, it's not a good look, gain some self-control. And deep down I know this never works, but you can lay with me so it doesn't hurt. Oh, won't you stay with me, cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me.
I want to reach out to our fans and listeners on Rebel Radio worldwide, you know. People who tune in to us in Nigeria, in Philippines. I can say hi to Mira. I can say hi to First Vita Plus, and you know, these people are those who listen to this program, and they have various events, even with the First Vita Plus group with Lady Holly and Merlita. You know, they give us the support, and they like the reggae music, and they listen, and they give us their feedback. I want to say respect to them. I want to say respect to Mr. Plummer, Miss Cover, you know, all of them here in Jamaica. Snakey, Esset, all of you people who give the support here. Yes, I want to say thank you for listening to Rebel Radio and giving me the feedback. Just want to big you up all, especially Mira. Yes, want to big you up. But at this time, we're going to look back on some of, you know, some of the events that had took place. You know, overall Tracy had this skanking thing, and trust me, it was a very entertainment event back up on Barbican, and you know, there are a lot of other events that are coming up on the weekends, which we don't have much info, but we're looking out for some of them to happen over the weekend, especially down on the north coast, Chalky Hill, you know, that place in St. Anne, and yeah, we're looking forward to coming down there with the music. Looking forward to touchdown at the Jamaica Grand as well, where some of these events, the ballroom is concerned, and you know, they are going to send us how it unfolds, the music, everything that is going to happen on the weekend. We want to touch down back in Portland, that same famous place where you have the jerk pork. You know, not really any big event down there, you know, but them normally have them thing on the weekend, and we're gonna hear from them about events that is coming up in next month, which they're gonna make some highlight. But we want to just reach out to them and say that yes, remember, and we are looking forward to join them down there when these events are going to happen coming up in the Independence and Emancipation Weekend. I remember Paul McCallum, yes, that event in the hills, that we want to give it a shout out, even though it's way down later this year. We just wanted to say hi to the promoters from Canada, Paul, and we're looking forward to letting that event happen, Splash in the Hills, and just let everyone know that these events, whether in this month, next month coming, we are going to all be there to give it the support. That's how you give the support to Rebel Radio Jamaica One. We thank you and for listening and for your participation. I'm going to take another break and look up some other events, and let's stay tuned and listen to the good music.
Oh yeah, hey, yes. Oh, hey. Yeah, baby dance, little more for me. Yeah. Oh yes, sir. I've been watching you across the room. Wish I could tell you how I feel. If I could get closer, a little bit closer, then I'd show you the deal is. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright, cause you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey babe, on my shoulder, you need to be.
Yes, I want to make note of my first Vita Plus friends, Merlita. Yes, yes, we're looking forward to, you know, doing something where that product and where entertainment is concerned in your area. We're looking forward to, you know, to some good music from Jamaicans, from Filipinos, and looking for it to happen in the near future. Big up yourself and the first Vita Plus crew, Lady Holly, and everyone there, you know. Thanks for the support, and we'll be looking forward to giving you the support as well.
With your head on my shoulder, you need to be here in my arms. Yes, dance for the Lord. You dance there in the meantime. Dance for me, dance for me, baby.
World Ballers, want to big you up, you know, because we know say you really depend some production out there, you know, and we know that you have your events them that you play out and all that. And we're looking forward to having you at JA Style this mountain and all the events that is coming up, Okito. World Ballers is a vibrant set of selectors and MCs, and any event that these guys touch me, I tell them, man, you can't afford to miss it, because them really good, and them really make things happen at your event. And if you want to hear more about World Ballers, follow them, and you will get to know how them really do their music, or them do them MC. Them really good. You can give them a shout out, and you can have them at any of your events to let them play for you. Yes.
Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours. Yes. Hey babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I want to make mention of a friend nearby who is having her event. It's a cake event and party at the same time. Colin, yes, I want to give you a shout out on your event coming up on the 4th of August. And, we are looking forward to giving you the support as well. You give support to Rebel Radio and World of Sports and Entertainment. We thank you for tuning in, and want to just big up you and your event that is coming up, to give you the support as well. You give back the support by letting others know about Rebel Radio and World of Sports and Entertainment. So that's some of the shout out we want to give. And we are approaching right now the end of this program, and we just want to say thanks again for another Friday, and for those who participate. And we're looking forward to doing this all over again. Again, I am Kingsley J.J. McCullough, your host, and I hope you enjoy what we just shared with you, and looking forward to do it all over again. Coming up next, we should be hearing from the racing experts, and looking forward to see if they can't afford to have another shutdown this weekend. So whatever that is there to that the public can know about the racing, it's coming up shortly after this, and just continue to stay tuned to Rebel Radio Jamaica 1. I am Kingsley J.J. McCullough, your host of World of Sports and Entertainment, and I want to say thank you for your time, and looking forward to doing this again on another Friday. Okay? Over and out.
This is the land of my birth. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth. I will never leave her shores. I will never run away. I will always believe in the black, the green, the gold, I say. Our nation great above the trials. We must face the test of time. Cause our people, they are strong, and we are going to get along. Though some people say we are poor, but the progress you make, my friend, is not always a rich you are. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth.
RSL Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connelly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer.
Tools coming in hot.
With a whole heap of new arrivals and specials.
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space.
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more.
We have it all. Saving.
Come shop now. Big time sale at Tools Hardware.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of all. For your best life, wait. Go check your HIV status, wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me, I tell yourself it, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom. Coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan, do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact.
It's a girl Shensia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Shen Yang, everyone say wear a mask, let the numbers drop. I don't want COVID, lay you down flat. Nose and mouth, you fi cover up that. Sanitize or get hospitalized. Fight the virus, then fight for your life, yeah. Nobody talk about say you no response no more. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you not have, you can still get the virus from somebody. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you not have, you can still get the virus. So keep the numbers down, protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Yeah. Keep the numbers down, protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep
eat.
we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica.
One, two, three, 2 more. 1, 2.
Adults to 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right.
Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After two, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. After two, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up.
Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right.
Try to send the program, share the program. In other words, you know, come across with the slogan. In other words,
when you wear it and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will drive them home. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on your side. When times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Woman, yeah, I'll take your part. When darkness goes and pain is all around, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over
bird sailed on by. Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Lord, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a breeze over troubled water. Oh, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord, have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus is the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, he won't throw the clay away. Bring him all of your burdens, your troubles, and your sin. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah, yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh, the mountains too high and the valley is too wide. On my knees, I've learned to stay, that I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Help me, Jesus. Ah, yeah, yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah. I thank God I made Jesus my one and all. From now on this day, I'm surely gonna call. And if I don't trust him, I'd be less than a man. Cause I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh Lord, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus, for all you have done for me right now. You've been so good to me. I thought number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. I can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain is too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Lord have mercy. Can't even walk without you holding my hands. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand.
So right now, I just got me a deal there. So what I want, my friend George Brooks?
Why, Richie Steven, when I stay, I did the almighty crazy.
And the best thing that, cause when I remember just where I am coming from,
to where I'm standing now,
I fell to my knees in praise of your name.
thanking you, Lord, every step of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul, with your mercy.
I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. Though I will never, ever leave you, I
won't be ungrateful to you, my Lord.
I know that this world is all in your hands.
And we are your children, and so we give you praise.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul, with your mercy.
mercy. I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. Father, I love in so many ways. Oh, Lord. So when I remember just where I'm coming from, hey, to where I'm standing now, fell to my knees in praise of your name. Thanking you, Lord, every step of the way. Oh, Father, you know I love you. You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy. I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. Oh, I will never ever leave you out. I won't be ungrateful to you, my Lord. I know that this world is all in your hands. We are your children, and so we give you praise. Oh, Father, you know I love you. You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy. I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many. Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me. Through the dark, you shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I turn to you when I'm in need. Your love is just like the air I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me. Through the dark, you shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free there. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving arms, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between.
I've had many tears and sorrows, questions for tomorrow. There's been times I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation that my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I've been to lots of places, seen so many faces. There were times I felt so all alone, but in my lonely hours, those special hours, Jesus let me know that I am His own. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I thank God for the mountains, thank Him for the valleys, thank Him for the storms He brought me through. 'Cause if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do.
Well, welcome back. And at this time, it's time for racing business, the big people's business, you know. And based on what we have this week, we have a short program. As listeners and viewers are aware that there are some industrial issues at the track which are still unresolved, but they're having a 6-race program tomorrow. And without further ado, we are going to hand you over to Dr. Paul. Right, Doc?
Okay, Desmond, good to be on the program again. A short program, as you said, only 6 races. You remember last week we didn't have any races from Caymanas Park. The Saturday and Sunday racing were not held because there was no nominations, because there are disgruntlement at the track in regards to the purses that are there. So there was no racing, but nothing has changed, and suddenly we have racing. So let's make the best of what we can and hope that in the following weeks we'll have some more racing and that the people at the track will be a little bit happier. We have 6 races on tap. We start at 1:45 p.m. tomorrow. Only 6 races. And the first race on the program has all the betting opportunities. Double exacta, quinola trifecta, superfecta, double event, and that lucrative rolling triple. The Super 5 starts here. Make a note of that because we're going to be having some exotic bets for you. And we want to make sure you have everything in this one. So the Reggae 6 starts here. Superfecta, High Five, everything. And let me just start with a warning. Remember, there was no racing for 2 race days, and a lot of horses didn't go to the track as they usually do. Expect outsiders, because if you look at some of the predictions in the newspapers and anywhere on the internet, a lot of these horses keep turning up as sure winners on Saturday. So here are some interesting selections for you as we go to the first race. The first race on the program, 1:45 p.m. Make a note of that because you have to get your bets in a little later than usual, but make sure you get in all your bets so you can be a proud winner. This race is over 7 furlongs, 1,400 meters. For native bet 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. 10 horses are declared, and here are my top 4 in race number 1. Number 1, Select Me with Anthony Thomas riding for Patrick Wacky Lynch. Patrick Lynch has a lot of horses starting on this race day. Himself, Jason Acosta, and Anthony Nunes, as they have decided that racing will go on, while the discussions in regards to purse increases will be held along the way, as they were before the stoppage. So Select Me will be the favorite tomorrow, and make sure that you have this one. It has an excellent chance. Look now for number 4. That's Jungle Boogie. Matthew Bennett riding for Anthony Nunes, who trains for the Deauville Stables, capable of 130 and change over this distance and must be in the top 4. Then we come to number 7, Salute. Tevin Foster. What do we say about Tevin Foster? Riding like a man possessed. And he's in this one for Ryan Darby, who trains for a Sound Connection. Good to see these people supporting racing. And Salute must be in your top 4. But the outsider at 12-1 in the books. Philip Parchment going overweight at 53.5 kilos for Byron Davis's amount, training this one for Norris Fun, and that is Big Man Biden. Now, Big Man Biden has been sprinting. The last time this horse went over 6.5 furlongs and over 7 furlongs, it was the best race of its career. And it goes over 7 furlongs tomorrow. So my firm selection tomorrow, to start us off on an outside note, number 10, Big Man Biden. To get the better of number 1, Select Me. Number 4, in the first race, make a note of that. That is Jungle Boogie, and number 7, Salute. So it's 10, 1, 7, and 4 in that order. The second race on the day is a restricted maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. These have not earned more than $280,000 lifetime. 5.5 furlongs, they'll be sprinting in the second race. 8 horses are declared. The Pick 5 starts here in the first race, so the Pick 6, and all the best opportunities are there to give us all the opportunities. The favorite is going to be enough for 2, the Bee's Knees with Baby Tahavi. Similar for Richie Azan. Richie Azan is one of those trainers, a lot of horses running tomorrow, so make sure you keep them on the right track. Here are my top 4 in race number 2. Bee's Knees, that will be the favorite and must be in your top 4. We'll be running a good race. Number 3, Great Commander. Daniel Thompson, yet put on a winner this year, but he goes with a 4-kilo claim, bringing Great Commander down at 53 kilos. Giants here for Donovan Hutchinson, who trains for Colin Elcock. Number 3, and that's Great Commander and the Bees Knees. I told you about those 2. Number 7, Newland Links with Ryan Lewis for Jason Acosta and Ian Lodge. Newland Links has been running on, coming from off the pace over 6 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs. This is a little easier pace, and I expect Newland Links to be a little closer at the finish. And number 8, Manouche. Jawara Stedman won a nice race last race day. He rides this one now for Richie Azan, who trains for himself and Millie Azan. 52 kilos for this one, has been one paced in the morning, but on the 16th of July, over 5.5 furlongs, on a track that was just being graded 110. Now, none of these horses can run 110 over 11.5 furlongs. And this horse reproduces this run on Saturday in the second race, my cook food special for tomorrow at a very good price, because Newland Links and Speed's Needs will carry the betting. Number 8, Manouche, the cook food special of the day in race number 2. The third race on the program coming up, and this one has only 7 horses in it, but only 6 will go to the post. Number 7 War Horse is the late non-starter to take out that one. Roger Hewitt was riding for Andrew McDonald. War Horse will not be starting. 6 will go to the post. And here are my top 3 in race number 3. Number 1, Power of Her Highness, knocking at the door with Anthony Thomas, riding for Earl Hayden. Number 3, that is Joblin, Gerard Stateman, riding this one for Richie Azan. And remember, I told you he's riding the Cook Food Special in the previous race for the same trainer. And that might be a little hint, as Joblin is owned by Naya. And in the third race, number 5, Richie Rich, the big favorite. Odds on, but Ryan Lewis and Jason Acosta teaming up for this one. And folks, this is a banker. Richie Rich is 10 times bigger than this field, better than this field. If it loses tomorrow, it fell down or something seriously happened. But Richie Rich is a banker for tomorrow in race number 3. Turning the page now, we're going to race number 4 of 6. This one over the 5 furlongs round or 1,000 meters round. A restricted allowance 2 for native bred 3-year-olds. There must be non-winners of 2. 8 horses declared here, the second 8-horse field for the day, and we have all the betting opportunities. And of course, the extra last triple that has an extra of $400,000 already in the kitty. Here are my top 4 in race number 4. Number 1, Smooth Aviator, Anthony Allen, in the day for Jason Acosta. Jason Acosta, Anthony Nunes, Richard Azan, they have a lot of horses in these fields, and look out for their charges. Number 2, Running Glory. Big whisper for this one down at the track. Ryan Lewis and Jason Acosta teaming up for this one. Number 4, Pretty Caroline with Anthony Thomas and Wacky Lynch. He trains this one for Solomon Sharp, who is anxious to have racing back on. And number 5, Joy is Golden, bred in the USA, and Jordan Barrett rides this one for Wacky Lynch as well. So 1, 2, 4, and 5 are my top 5. I believe Patrick Lynch has the answer to this one. Will not be the favorite. Running Glory and Joy is Golden is going to take the betting, but I'm going with a one-time champion jockey, Anthony Thomas, to drive home this one. I'm going to number 4, Pretty Caroline, to get the better of the favorite, Running Glory, and Joy is Golden. Big whisper this morning for Burlap. So take a look on that one. Alan Maraj has flown in from Miami to ride this one, and he rides it for Richie Azan. As I told you, this trainer has a lot of horses running tomorrow. Keep an eye on Burlap, because the jockey has flown in for this one. The 5th race, the penultimate, is a restricted stakes or imported 3-year-olds. There must be non-winners of 3. The native breds non-winners are 4, 6.5 furlongs or 1,300 meters. Double Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, and High Five. No rolling triple, but make sure you can get in your bets often and early. Here are the top 4 in race number 5. Number 2, Major Danger. Bebita Harvey and Anthony Dixon cheaping up with this one. He trained this one for ACK Stables, and ACK Stables has an interesting article in some of the dailies, and look out for his view of the strike. So look out for Major Danger to be a good run tomorrow. Number 4, Essential Quality. Anthony Thomas and Oral Hayden teaming up with this one. A nice win for me in the last time at the good price of 92. A little quicker than 121, and we'll see what happens tomorrow, because 121 should have this one in the running, because some 120 horses and 119 horses running here, but very impressive win the last time with this jockey in the saddle. Number 5, that is that a fact? The favorite, That will be a favorite tomorrow. Ryan Lewis and Jason Acosta. And number 6, Legit Boss, Tevin Foster for Anthony Nunes. Now, let me tell you something about Legit Boss. Was the 3-5 favorite over 5.5 furlongs on the 8th of July. Beaten out of sight by Is That a Fact, who carried 55 kilos. And we need to look at how this race was run. Very peculiar, because usually Legit Boss will be prompting the pace, as it did with Dawkins and Sedman when they rolled this one. Tevin Foster retains the ride. He has learned something and will be going up against Is That a Fact. 2 kilos better off. Tevin goes at 51.5. Rand Lynch has to ride at 57. I'm going to number 6, Legit Boss, to get the better of the favorite Is That a Fact. The dig out handicap is the 6th and final. Overnight allowance horses going 5 furlongs straight, 1,000 meters straight, and we have a cavalry charge. 12 horses coming right at you, and what do you get? Another day to come out of debt. Here are my top 4 in race number 6. Let us start by saying Lure of Lucy stands out. Lure of Lucy stands out. Drawn in mid-pack at number 5, number 11, on the outside, and is a standout. But the last race of the day, the overnight allowance horses can be a little tricky. So keep that one in mind. Here are my top 4. Power Ranking, badly drawn. Dane Dawkins teamed up with Richard Azan. Number 3, Curling's Affair with Tevin Foster and Anthony Nunes, badly drawn. And well drawn. Number 9, Freedom Street with Javanil Patterson and Unlucky Loser the last time. And, of course, number 11, Snowflakes, Ren Lewis and Jason Acosta, the big favorite. So there are the 1, 3, 9, and 11. 11 is my selection, but this one is close. And at 1 to 9, we won't get a good return. So look at the betting on number 9, Freedom Street. But I'm going to number 11, Lair of Lucy. So here are my selections. Coming back to you in racing business, big people business. 6 races on the Saturday, 1:45 p.m. the first race. In the first race, Big Man Biden running for election in a few months' time. Let's see what he does in the first race tomorrow. Cook Food Special, number 8, Manouche in race number 2. In race number 3, I'm going to the favorite, number 5, Richie Rich. That should be a banker. In the 4th race, number 4, Pretty Caroline. Bred in the U.S. and Anthony Thomas and Lucky Lynch teaming up for this one. Number 5, in race 5, I'm going to number 6, Legit Boss, to make amends for that defeat the last time on the 8th of July. And then the 6th and final, Love Lucy is outstanding, but might just be looking askance as Freedom Street thunders down the straight. 10, 8, 5, 4, 6, and 11. Those are the selections. Be sure to bet early and often at races, and let's see what happens for the rest of the month, because August is our big month of racing, and let's hope that they'll settle their differences at the track and we'll have racing. Back now to Desmond in the studio.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright. And as usual, this is the place for you if you want to win big money at the track. And we hope that the parties will settle their differences so that we can have full racing. You know, this is big people's business, racing at the track. Yes. Let us take a break. We'll be back shortly.
truth. Why? Yet deep in my heart and you, I was in love with you. So caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. You never ever go astray. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. Why? Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. You never ever go away. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. Ooh. A man in my position can't afford to look ridiculous. Oh no. You insult my intelligence, making me so furious. So caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. You never ever go astray. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. Whoa, 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 whoa. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. Make me feel like $1 billion man.
Rastafari, know, I'm a princess the star. Come like she make a chada ya. Jano. Yo, then, yo, then, yo, my princess gone. Far, far away. And she left me a note saying she's going to stay. Yo, my princess gone far, far away. And she left me a note saying she's going to stay. From the other day, says she a flap up on me, says she go flip with the little shots that she have itch up on the rip. Is like she all forget about the royalness. A friend and company, she a follow me get the tip. Yo, round about she just a jump, she just a skip. So what put the others where you know you used to keep. So what put the king where you used to be with. Yo, well, Missy said that a hand, a loyal, she just gone. Far, far away. And she left me a note saying she's going to stay. My princess gone far, far away. And she
Well, today is Friday, and we have come to the end of our program for today. Oh, what a day it has been. And I want to thank my listeners and viewers for taking time out to be with us on Rebel Radio. And just to remind you that you can hear the program on Google, Rebel Radio on Google. You can hear today's program starting shortly. Yes. So until Monday, I want you to keep safe and healthy. Try and be alive for us to talk again on Monday. Until then, I am Desmond Richards. Have a good weekend.
Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connelly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot pot!
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all! Saving, saving, saving!
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of all.
Do it for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda husband, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop today.